artikuloiden, niin tulkkaus ehtii mukaan sit kun ne pääsee mekeen. Ja Edari striimataan livenä salin takaa kuvaten. Kiitos Oubs ja tulkit. Huomioikaa siis, että teidän kukiklikkerit läppäreillä saattavat näkyä eetteriin. Onko Antilla muuta lisättävää näihin kokousteknisyyksiin? Sieltä. Mä voin puhua kovempaa myös. Vielä tämmönen. Noniin. Tämmönen kuuluu. Hienoa. Hyvä, me opitaan kaikki samaan aikaan tässä. Yksi juttu unohtui vielä, ja se on se ihana T-merkki, eli työjärjestys. Jos te ette tiedä, mistä me päätetään, niin, niin teetä ilmaan, niin ratkaistaan nämä kokousteknisyydet ennen kuin annetaan puheenvuoroja.
Meeting is back online.
Tulkkaus megessä.
We have the interpretation rolling.
Voidaanko laittaa käyntiin?
Can we get going?
Tauko paikalla siihen asti, että saadaan striimi taas ylös.
So we're setting this stream up.
Jos ette vielä hakeneet noita äänestyslippuja,
if you haven't gotten your voting slips, is an excellent time to do that.
Loppuuko meidän valkoiset laput kesken?
We're running out of white slips.
Hän ei voi sitten olla.
So they can't vote empty.
Okei, jos siellä on ylimääräisiä, niin tuokaa ylimääräisiä.
If you have any extras, please bring the extras up front.
Ihan myös sen takia, ettei sitten
just for the sake that
enempää kuin liitolle on.
We don't use any excess votes that you've been given.
Eli tosiaan niitä äänestyslippuja pitäisi olla ryhmällä täsmälleen niin monta kappaletta kuin
exactly as many voting slips for the group as you have individuals with the right to vote.
Kylterirenkaan vallankaappaus.
So Kylterirengas is a little coup d'etat, it seems.
Voidaan jatkaa.
We may continue.
Oukki. Nyt kun saadaan vikatkin,
right, now that we have the final
tänne alas, niin
extra voting slips here,
Jarmo Malisen sanoin, hyvät
ihmiset, in the words of Jarmo Malinen,
pidemmittä puheitta laitetaan vaihde
individuals
ja pilke
start
silmäkulmaan.
Going
avaan kokouksen
with a twinkle in the corner of our eye, opening the meeting at 8 minutes past 5 p.m. Closing item 1, moving on to item 2, recording the members and deputy members who are unavailable, disqualified, ineligible, resigned and present.
Varajäsenten toteaminen. No, kokouksen alkuun todetaan, ketkä
so yes, to the start of the meeting we'll state the roll call. Antti Ilmavirta will do the roll call.
Kiitoksia.
Thank you.
Ja nyt kun on taas kauden ensimmäinen, mennään ihan hivenen pidemmällä kaavalla.
First meeting of the
läsnäolon voi kuitata
you may
sanomalla
state your presence by stating present
herra toiminnanjohtaja. Hyväksyn myös herra pääsihteeri.
I'll also be accepting Secretary General as a title,
jotta päästäisiin heti tämmöiseen liikunnalliseen
so that we can actually get to
niin,
a more sporty mood in order for us to recognize
niin
where everybody stands or sits.
Nimen,
When I state your name, if you can up that you wave aggressively,
niin
that everybody can see you,
nähdään, että missä kukakin
then we will see
istuu.
where you are sitting.
Ja mä kerron myös tässä alkuun, jos
also be stating
on ilmoitettu esteellisyyksiä
if I've been given any disqualifications or ineligibilities. Let's start rolling Aalto Coalition
siellä
first.
Edessä mainiota.
First up front.
Elo. Saranpää. Lindfors. Määttänen. Kiitos erinomaista suorittamista. Kem. Siellä reunassa. Haravuori. Rae, Savola, Huuskonen, kiitos. Ja teiltä tosiaan Koivuluoma, Lauri hallituksessa tänä vuonna.
Lauri is in the board and ineligible.
Konergia Vuorijoki.
By being...
Niin, aivan totta. Ja missä te olette? Siellä te olette. Hyvä.
Markkinen. So where's Konergia? There, wonderful.
Kiitos. kylterirengas ja normaalin tapaan kaikki kylterirenkaat on niputettu.
As stated that all kylterirengas individuals have been lumped into one bundle, but
Vierjoki, Lehtisyrjä, Kavalo, Närja, Pelkonen, Paavola, Palmqvist, myöhässä, homma ok.
someone is late, that's fine.
Ja Lammi. Selvä. Sitten Tuomi.
Then Tuomi.
Varjonen. Ja tosiaan Aho myöhässä.
Aho is late.
Hyvä. Luova. Missä päin asustatte? Siellä asustatte.
Where's Luova?
Tosiaan
Looks like over there. Wonderful.
Tämän vuoden hallituksessa ja Rouvinen estynyt koko kauden talousjohtokunnan.
Rouvinen is ineligible due to the financial committee. Halonen is in the board. Thus,
Lipponen on estynyt, niin
this Lipponen is ineligible. And we'll have Kytömäki as member proper for this term. Eller, Kytömäki. Any others from your side? Looks like no. Roarte there in the back. And from you, Justice is ineligible in the board this year. Continuing.
Someone else in their spot. Yes. Jordi Lassenius ja Blake Farkas ja oliko kolmas myös?
Your third.
Voitko toistaa vielä nimen?
Can you restate?
Sukunimi. Biemans, joo, kiitos. Tack.
Thank you.
Joo, no niin, hyvä. Nyt kaikki selvää. Eli 3 paikkaa, 3 edustajaa. Kiitoksia. Pahoittelut säädöstä.
3 members.
Te olette siellä.
Skisma, you are over there. Tiinikainen on the board. This year, placed by Heikkilä.
Liinamaa ja Jansson.
And Liinamaa Jansson.
Sitten vapaasti vasemmalla.
Then vapaasti vasemmalla.
Tuokkola. Ja Laitamäki. Kiitos. Vihreämpi Aalto teiltä. Peura hallituksessa. Tilalle nousee Lilja Virta. Ja Matson talousjohtokunnassa tämän vuoden estyneet.
Matson is in the financial committee this year, so ineligible for this year.
Läsnäolijat Rinne. Kiitos. Mänttäri. Yes. Lilja Virta. Kiitos. Ropponen. Kukkula. Kiitos. Vooga. Stark edustajiston puheenjohtajana estynyt toimimasta
Vooga.
edustajiston puheenjohtajana. Teiltä ja Ilivitski hallituksessa tämän vuoden.
Ilivitski is in the board this year. From your side, the attendances.
Pahoittelut, jos äänsin väärin.
Sorry if I mispronounced the name. You may correct me at a later date how to pronounce the name correctly. Palmqvist is right on time for roll call. Welcome. I won't place you as late. We have yhden tähden liike, 1-star movement. Subbed by Löfgren because they are doing the non-military service at AYYE. New Cannon is in the financial committee 26-27, so ineligible for the entire term.
Myöhässä.
Rautiainen is late.
Ja Brax. Erinomaista, kiitoksia. Ja Hiekkamies, kiitoksia. Hyvä. Puheenjohtaja paikalla.
We have a grand total of 40 members of the RepCo present and accounted for.
Hyvä. Todetaan siis, että paikalla on...
Let us state that we have 40 members present.
Ja sitten annetaan puheoikeus kaikille.
Give the right to speak to all AYYE staff, OBS, staff and the interpreters, and financial director and executive director have the right to be present. All members of the student union are eligible to be present, stated. Closing item 2, moving on to item 3, lawfulness and quorum of the meeting. We have over 25 members present and the meeting invitation has been sent to you 7 days prior to the meeting, so that's handled. Closing item 3, moving on to item 4, scrutinizers of the minutes and vote counters choices.
Kiitos puheenjohtaja.
By Antti.
Toiminnanjohtajan arvontakone on tällä kertaa.
So my machine has done the lottery as follows. Haravuori and Vierijoki, vote counters Kytömäki and Rinne. Is this appropriate? And you will stay as each other's deputies.
Hyvä, kiitos. Valitaan kyseiset henkilöt.
So chosen the individuals as vote counters and scrutinizers of the minutes. Can you state the names? I will. Scrutinizer of the minutes, Haravuori and Vierijoki. Vote counters Kytömäki and Rinne.
Nakki napsahti. Elikkä valitaan nämä henkilöt.
So choosing these individuals for vote counting and minute scrutinizing.
Ääntenlaskijoiden varahenkilöiksi päätettänee.
Decided. Closing item 4, moving on to item 5 with approval of the agenda. Agenda has been given to you in addition to the invitation to the meeting. At this stage, I propose that item 9, AYYE's internet service provider and internet speeds in the apartments. This items would be handled in a closed session because this has to do with AYYE's business secrets. Any other additions to the agenda? Yes, we have from Vapaasti Vasemmalla. Please into the microphone so the interpreters can hear. Oh. As AYYE promised that we will have these items as secret. Apologies from the interpreter side, that was super loud. So why is the board proposing that we'll do this in a closed session is because a significant part of the things that affect this has to do with the prices and pricings and competitive tendering details given by our partners, and they are to be kept secret under legislation. We cannot divulge them publicly. And in order for me to tell you all the details so we can have the discussion here in the hall, that's why we should have it in a closed session. So we can talk about things with the correct terms. So in that sense, yes, we have a requirement to our cooperators to keep their secrets. Does this answer the question? Any other additions?
Koin vähän koomiseksi, että 2 vuotta olen tässä ollut Edarissa ja eka kerta kun mä istun tällä pöydän tällä puolella, niin on nyt.
Every time I sit on this side of the table, we have technical issues.
Kiitos siitä. Ja oliko se vihreämpi Aalto siellä?
And was it vihreämpi Aalto also?
Pyydettiin kertomaan vitsi. Minkä takia Elastinen laskeutui helikopterilla talon katolle? Siellä oli iso H.
Well, there was a iso H, there was the big H for the landing pad, as his rapping duo partner is called.
Mistä tietää, että jääkaapissa on jääteetä? Sen vain iced tea.
You could just iced tea it, which in Finnish is a homonym with
perinne, että piti kertoa sangen huonoja vitsejä. Että se ei niinku ei mikä tahansa vaan sangen huono vitsi. Nämä olisi kyllä molemmat kelvannut siihen kategoriaan mainiosti.
In previous events we have had a deficit in poor puns, but these would have fit into that category just fine. Great, so we have been able to overcome some of our technical issues. So where are we? Next, we have announcements. So I will note that we have had a sufficient discussion, and we will close item 6, announcements, and move on to item 7, which will be the latest news from the office. The AYYE board will be telling us the current news from the office, and that will be Emma this time, I believe. Thank you.
Moi, mun nimi on Emma, mä oon AYY:n hallituksen varapuheenjohtaja ja mulla on tänään ilo olla esittelemässä teille vuoden ekat toimiston kuulumiset.
Share the first current news from the office with you for this term. And I get the clicker here as well.
Yes, eli viestinnässä.
So with communication, we have had some onboarding training for the boards and for the board members, volunteers, and the associations. The communication subjects have been the events for the board, as well as the Otakari 15, pre-marketing campaign, Gravitatio, the flag, and the various feedback forms, the recognition for the recognition recipients. Then we will have the design that will be starting soon, and last year's analytics regarding the communication. We compiled some of that data. We had nearly 80,000 visitors to the website, 2.5 million views on Instagram, 40 media hits, meaning interviews and various kinds of other media visibility that were nearly universally positive. The Instagram availability has also grown by about 170% in about 2 years.
Yes, vaikuttamisessa.
Great. So then for the advocacy, for the influencing, we have also had some training for the board, planned some of the action plan projects and started some of them, and had some training for the associations and volunteers. We have also conducted the Halloped student representative selections. Thank you. And for the membership services, 15 of the associations have opened lease agreements for the Servi-Majantie former daycare facilities, for any club facilities or other events there. On Friday, we had the opening for that facility, and 16 associations have found storages in the IMT10 and the SMT facilities starting in February. And sorry, for those using the translation, is the interpreting working? No, it's not. Okay. Seems we have some fixing to continue. Unfortunately, sorry about that.
Yes, please use this if it's not working.
Please use this if it's not working.
Okay, Emma, sano.
Emma, go ahead. Yes, for the membership services, for the reception, the opening hours for the reception guidance desk have been expanded. It's open on Mondays from 12 to 3.
Yes, ja yhteisösektorilla.
And for the community sector, the society sector, we have also received training for the board members and the volunteers. And we have organized a lot of different exchanges between the various departments and sections. The winter orientation also went well, and the tutor training is being planned. The association training is still upcoming with the design factory that is coming up very soon. And with the we have an art exhibition as well as the Huyan Hayan Tokyo 65th anniversary planning, where we have been cooperating with the arts community work course.
Ja asumisessa, niin Otakaari 15.
For the housing, the Otakaari 15 readiness is about 73%. And the weather protection will be removed in some weeks. The roof mantle lifting ceremony for the opening of the building will be in mid-March. For Otakaari 15, we will also be having an arts contest for a permanent art installation that will be placed there. And the offer requests for the Domo replacements are going out to the markets, and for that we have been making some planning for those requests. The Kirkontie has been separated from the AYYE structure at the turn of the year. Then for the real estate companies, the financial statements have been completed, and the accounts will be reviewed in the coming weeks, and after that we can compile the financial statements and the consolidated financial statements for AYYE. And for the Serviniemi project planning, we have finished the project planning, and with a high expected cost for the renovations, because it requires around 60% of coverage in renovations. Then we have also participated in the strategy days for the Finnish student housing associations, discussing the future of the financing of student housing in Finland. For those of us in the board, we have been receiving training and we've been oriented for the year. We've started the action plan project planning phases and the setting of shared targets. We also made a visit to the parliament, where AYY's alumnus Saara Hyrkkö received us, and we also met with Kai Mykkänen, the mayor of the city of Espoo. The entire board was present at the first financial committee meeting of the year. And then about the volunteers, we have done some training with the volunteers, and we also had an after party with the volunteers to get to know the whole team. We were also participating in the kickoff seminar for SYL in Jyväskylä last week, and as part of that, we also met with the U board and had a visit on their facilities. Yesterday we had AYYE, we had had a SITS party and some of our own activities there as well. So for our own communities as well, we have been present there. We all have 3 to 4 board sponsorship associations. So we have been dividing all the associations so that everyone has a sponsorship with one of the associations that is newer. We have the business students and the arts students associations as well. And the WHO board we have also met with to get to know them, to get introduced. And we have also started the mentorship projects so that we can get all of the mentors who have been working with us since about 5 years. And here are some of the things we have been discussing with the board. Forming of the board, electing representatives into various kinds of bodies and meetings, also nominating and confirming the volunteer selections, as well as the new UOTMK members. We've also been talking about the AYYE internet service provider issues and the connection speeds of the apartments, which we have separately on the agenda for today. Also, Haloped student representatives have been appointed, and the design notebook projects jury has been appointed, and also receiving visitors from KY Tokyo Tekkari section and the Tekkari Assembly. We've also been talking about the TF support in the premises matters, as well as the acknowledgements of the group's operations. We also had introductions with SUL. Mark from the last year's board will be our SUL sponsor for this year. Thank you. Any questions or comments? Any questions for the office? There, go ahead.
Edustaja Kavalo, kyselin...
Representative Kavalo, I would like to ask about you mentioned the expanded service hours for the service desks. Did we move resources from one sector to the other, or how did we make that happen? Antti, do you have an answer? Can you repeat the question? I missed some critical words from the start. My question was, how did we make it possible to expand the service hours? Where did we move budget from one place to another? Were there cuts somewhere else, or did we do this for cheaper than normally? How is this financially possible? The extended service hours for the service desk. Yes, it didn't generate additional costs. It affected 2 of our units. One is the housing services, and the other is the membership services, where we have the service desks. And we discussed this with the employees of both of these units, and we found that we could arrange the work shifts so that we could keep that service desk open for a longer time without it affecting other things negatively at this point. And maybe I will also comment that this request has come from the membership service feedback surveys. We were asked to have broader opening hours for the service desk, and we were then preferred to have it for that afternoon time slot. Great, thank you. It is fantastic that you were able to increase the service hours without increasing costs. Thank you. Any other questions? Go ahead. Was it Luova? Luova, Eller. The board orientation, you mentioned that you had been setting some sort of shared targets for this year. Can you explain anything about those? What kinds of targets are you talking about? Yes, the process is still ongoing for the shared target setting, but Joona, what would you say? Well, today we had a workshop about the matter. and we said that it would be great if we would be able to talk about the shared targets today at the REPCO meeting, but we started the process today and we decided it would continue for the next week. We want to make it sure that it's properly done so that we have sort of the values for us, the 10 members of the board. It's probably nothing, probably no surprises, but we'll give you the details once we have them. Yeah, I hope that answers the question. We'll look forward to the actual response then. It looks like it's a bit of a cursed meeting in terms of the technology, but I think the volume on the question microphone is a lot louder for the online, so keep it a little bit further from your face so you don't blow the eardrums of the interpreters. I don't remember that we've had this significant technical issues so far, but we'll try to gather all of the issues at the start of the years, and then it'll be smooth sailing from here on out. Anything else from Luova? And then Orte?
Yes, kiitos.
Thank you. Jörgen Senders from ProArte.
If the board has had time to also discuss.
I was wondering if the board has the time to also discuss the strategy that was planned and discussed for the strategy workshop during the last mandate. So just wanted to hear some thoughts about that. Thank you. Yes, we will definitely be continuing that topic with the board. That's it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. I don't see any other questions or comments. So thank you, Emma. We will close discussion on the matter, and at the same time also decide to take note of the latest news from the office and close a discussion on item 7 and move on to item 8 on the agenda, which will be the report on the 2025 Representative Council elections. And Annika will be introducing that to us.
Moi kaikille.
Hello everyone. Annika Ojelma, the AYYE HR manager, and I will give you a short briefing of how the election was carried out and how it went. At first, I will tell you about the snacks for the meeting, because I'm responsible for them as well. If you have any dietary restrictions that are not considered in them, then you're free to send me messages about them. And if there are any other questions or comments about the elections after the meeting, you can also contact me directly. It was great, Heikki, when you said that we will first have 2 more dry topics, and then then we will get to the actual matters. But this will be one of the dry topics. So you probably won't have a lot of new information from here because you've been fairly intensively part of the elections. But as part of the preparations for the elections, we had a central election committee appointed by the board, and employees such as myself and Aalto from the administration, and also the communications employees, as well as, of course, the IT specialist Teemu helped us with the election system. The members of the student union, excluding the members of the Central Election Committee and AYYE employees, were all eligible to stand as candidates, and members who paid AYYE's membership fee by 30th of September 2025 were the people who were entitled to vote. And these are all based on our election rules, which is also approved by the Representative Council. We had a total possible voter count of 18,291 persons, which had grown significantly from this over 17,000 in 2023. The voter turnout at this election as well was fairly low. It was 27.87% compared to 2023's 31.5%. And for me, this was my 4th election at AYYE, and in my experience, our election voter turnout has been since 2019 around this area as well, and before that as well. So we should probably do something to improve this. It would be great to increase the turnout a little bit and get people more engaged in the REPCO activities. I'll tell you a little bit about the Central Election Committee and its members. We had Sampo Sainen chair, Veidi Kaarlainen as the vice chair, and Kiara Paulelilo, Aalto Tuusvajärvi, Aku Staff, Eero Virta, Leos Immonen, and Venäli Suomala as the members. And the expert members were us as the employees and those that I mentioned earlier. Then about the project timeline in a nutshell. The organization of the election takes about 1 year, and then we will continue. We usually start with the recruitment for the Central Election Committee, and for those, it was very easy to form the Central Election Committee because we had a lot of candidates, a lot of volunteers for the committee, and we were able to appoint everyone. So we had the maximum amount of possible members for the election committee, and which is great because sometimes it has been difficult to get sufficient members for the election committee. We organized the CEC committee in March and April, planned the election project, and set goals for the elections. I will come back to those. In May and June, we had held some basic information sessions at the representative council meetings, and also conducted some AYYE communications. So in these elections, we did not have a general election starting event, which we have sometimes had for all of the AYYE members, but we can consider that in the future to have an entirely public event and not just for the representative council. In August, we didn't have in June, July, we had a fairly quiet time. Then in August, we started preparation, the start of the candidate nominations, and as well as the regulations and possible sanctions for election advertising in case someone was found to be in breach of the advertising guidelines. In September, we had campaigning at the Aalto party. We had an information desk there. We also prepared the election compass, the election machine questions, and also prepared the election system, the voting system with Trevea. In October, we confirmed the candidate lists and started the active, then we also started the active campaigning of the candidates and electoral alliances started with the voting opening and the election panel being organized. In November, we had the election party, and the voting period closed. And in December, with the Central Election Committee, we wrote this election report. So I will go through this in fairly broad strokes, but then if you're interested in more details, we can also find the report on our Insights site.
So we had a new goals for the election, goal being the highest voting percentage in all, wasn't the highest voting percentage for all student unions, nor our student union. So, but we developed in 2025, we had more candidates ever than before was the goal. We did get a lot of candidates, third highest in our history. And one goal was that the voting percentage would be equal in all schools. And this happened quite well. I have a statistic for that. The theme that the elections are seen and heard in many channels. Hopefully that happened. The elections sparked discussion. We had a lot of active campaigning. Especially the electoral coalitions were quite active. We had this kind of a election fair event on the Blanc. We also utilized the university's information bulletin boards and had our placards up on the walls. One theme was that the elections were free, that we have them in a good spirit, and also act respectably, that we don't have any manipulation or harassment, and that the voting results are reliable. This is something that happened very nicely. We didn't hear of any problematics in the elections, and the Central Election Committee didn't hand out any sanctions. We got some feedback for a single case about the Electoral Coalition's language in communications, and reminded these individuals. All in all, the elections went out in good spirits, all in all things considered. Then on candidates, the candidateships were open from the start of August until the end of October, so quite a long stint. We had 326 individuals. We had 236, it was the third highest number.
Ja sitten meillä oli vähän pienempi määrä noita.
So we had a bit less of individuals.
Ja vaalirenkaita oli 3, kun taas 2023.
We have 3 electoral rings. We had 2 previous time round.
No sitten, miten AYY tuki?
On how did AYYE support the candidates? We created a Telegram group where we gave general information, and individuals could contact us. And we also gave a free facility reservation. People use it during the election or after the election. We could also use our weekly channels. Each electoral coalition also got a stipend of €100. You do whatever you want to do, but taking into note our general guidelines, for example, regarding alcohol. So we organized a panel, and Syl offered the service, which was open to all. About voting in these elections, we had an electronic vote, so we haven't had any paper elections for quite many a year. I think for the third time we had this Trevean system, and AYYE made a list for Trevea, and once we got all the information, you could then log in via Haka. As in all elections, we had some challenges with the system. They tend to be smaller and smaller each time. And then this time around, we noticed a problem where some business students had the K abbreviated student system, because in our registry, they don't have the K system there. So everybody could actually vote once we got that sorted out. You can see the voting percentage per school. So when the CEC placed a goal to increase the voting percentage and make it equal across schools, this happened, well, quite nicely in the changes column. You can see the level of changes. Some increase on the business side, but decrease on other schools. Then we had the goals to create a multi-channel system. So what did we use for communications? And we had web pages, emails, and you could use our registry. So if you wanted to do some communications or a specific subject, the people with the right to vote, for example, this time around. Then we also had, in cooperation with Frank, these notifications on please remember to vote, etc., etc. Also with our stakeholder groups, we utilized those as well.
Sitten tässä vähän briefausta siitä, että miten viestinnän
also had some briefing about how to reach people. We had lots of clicks on the web pages. with an Instagram. We had lots of check-ins for the Instagram, 12K for Instagram Reels, and the weekly bulletin. So a lot on that, and Telegram showed a lot as well.
Sitten ainahan on kehitettävää, eli aina voisi...
There's also something to develop, always room for improvement. The CEC also reflected what could be done differently. The electoral fair, what we organized for the first time in 2023, and once we had any refreshments, we had a lot of people voting then, so that's something to take into note, and more resources, because we ran out of sticky buns. We'll try to get more sweets to be handed out next time. We also had wishing for others to be the electoral fair and AYYE, but we sent the invitation so late that no other coalitions were there. Would have been nice to have a good joint event. We could also improve on the visibility, and we could maybe link on the front page so one does not have to dig them from under a rock. Cooperative publications on the web pages in time, so that individuals who wanted to set up as themselves a candidate, but they don't know any people from electoral coalitions, if we could get them caught up through that. So we could have individuals seeking electoral coalitions, not just the other way around. And also these electoral coalitions are announcements, etc., and their introductions could be uploaded at the same time. On other matters, now we've had this electronic candidateship system, but we had this PDF and paper forms. How could we get this electronically instead of getting lots of stuff on the deadline date for the central office? So something to get there in the next couple of years. And for the finalizing of the candidate lists, it would be actually a nice thing. And also had on the election machine, the questions weren't actually reflective of the format to answer, and we actually got a feedback on that, and we corrected that with Sul. And the voting percentage, all in all, was low. You'd maybe think of how to increase it, how to get our members to vote. We can maybe do more grassroots communication. We can maybe do more footwork to be at the guild halls and the place where students congregate, so it's just only using our own channels, and also ponder on how can we make the representative council work more visible, how can we activate the individuals to follow our work outside of elections, so it won't be just a surprise on what is this Repco thing.
Sitten vielä hyviä käytäntöjä näistä.
Some good practices. We've been very satisfied with this Trevea system, and it has made everything a lot quicker in terms of organizing our elections. And we'll be doing that in the future. Also on the electoral fair, we'll have it in the future and have the information bulletin regarding the elections. Keep it for all members, kind of an electoral start. This time around, our campaign was very nice, and we got this feedback that there was actually people there. It wasn't kind of a faceless event. We got lots of individuals.
Kysymyksiä ja kommentteja. Okay.
Questions, comments? Yes, loads. Thank you, Annika. About the boring items, I meant about the lawfulnesses and quorums. Is this? So opening discussion. If you have questions for the CEC, so starting with vihreämpi Aalto, ProArte and Voga.
Kiitos paljon hyvästä
Representative Rinne, thank you for a good
vaalien pitämisestä.
presentation, and thank you for the CEC for hosting the election. I'd be asking about statistics that we had the between schools percentages, but do we have this data map between the actually faculties? Do we have any blind spots, or is it just all round? We haven't looked into that as much. It's quite manual work. We can't get it from the service provider because we have to compare it to the things that we get versus the things that we provide. So if you can think of any statistics on what could we have on the electoral report, we can create that for you if needs be. You can maybe send me a message across. Thank you. Thank you. Then we had ProArte and followed by Voga and Kylterengas. Thank you.
ProArte. Thank you so much for this presentation. It was all very clear, and I was happy to also see an underlying data of the schools. I was curious, you mentioned obviously also data regarding the amounts of candidates. Has there been any level of corresponding nature between how many people vote and how many people run for candidates?
Yes, in general, it has meant that more candidates we have, the more we have voters. These people that are setting themselves as candidates motivate people to join, but in these elections, the correlation wasn't as big as before.
Okay, thank you.
Kiitos. Ja sitten muistutuksen sanana ennen Vogan puheenvuoroa.
So as a reminder that the microphone, it is quite close, quite here, it is quite loud online. Let's try and keep it a bit further off. Voga. Can you hear me? Good.
Yes.
So question in Swedish.
Vad vill du säga? Alltså, är det tekniskt?
Får jag fråga min fråga på svenska?
Ja, jag kan försöka översätta.
I'll ask my question in Swedish.
Nej, men då kör vi på finska. Or I'll ask my question in English then.
Question will be in English.
About the voter turnout, is there any information about whether it's related to the restructure of the curriculum, like the newly graduates that aren't allowed to vote anymore? And then a second question about the feedback on the use of language in the elections. Are you allowed to divulge in what that feedback was? And was it positive or negative?
I already forgot the first question. Apologies.
Sorry for asking too many questions. About the voter turnout, do you have any information about whether it's related to the restructure of the curriculum and by extension the restructures of the institutes and schools?
Regrettably, we don't have any data on that. But if we'd like some information on that, it is possible to try and analyze it. Our Excel wizard is absent, so if I understood correctly, the feedback regarding a single electoral coalition language use, a bit of a vulgar language from a single electoral coalitions that utilized AYY's Instagram takeovers. So not the most clean, maybe a bit crass language. So that's what we gave the feedback on. Thank you, Volga. Rengas.
Kiitos. Liittyen näihin
has something to do with these percentages of voting by school. This is might be a pointless question, but I am wondering about this BIS change because 27.26 increase few percentages. Into my maths, it's 0.23, but this is just a stupid question. And how did this change come? Because we have 0.6. Good point. I won't say whose fault it was, but it was probably mine. Or I didn't do it. We'll find out. Good to be awake here. That be good with the math there. Kyllä Rengas, you want to continue?
Yes, Vierijoki, Kylderirengas.
Kylderirengas had quite a nice turnover, but looking into the future, I'd like to state that the list size, that we actually maybe look at that. We increase the list size in the future. Now things went quite nicely. We had 3 lists, 334. In the future, we wouldn't like the situation where if you have individuals on a different list, getting through or not getting through can be a question of depends of a different list or a specific list. Given the feedback, yes, we'll have to look at that. Will the system come from electoral system or elsewhere? If so, we'll look into that. Wonderful. And Aallon kokoomus.
Edustaja Lindfors ja
Edustaja Lindfors, Representative Lindfors, who's speaking very loudly. Is there an idea that if you have any insight on the apologies, can't make heads or tails of the speaker because they're speaking so loudly that they're breaking up. It's just a microphone. Apologies for that, but it's still a thing. Voting percentage. I feel that all student unions, barring Oulu, has the same problems, is that the Repco elections are not an interesting thing. There's kind of a personal, maybe perhaps no data on this, but I'd state that the Repco as an entity is quite distant. So for a large portion for students, it's hard to motivate to vote if you don't know what you're voting on. Personally, I start to affect that to get that visible on what's the Repco deciding on. Why should you vote?
Seuraavaksi Antti.
Sano vielä niistä kokouseväistä, että täällä on aina
I'll state that we have 55 roles. We have usually spares.
Joo, mä ehkä täydennän niinku tuon äskeiseen yleisesti.
I like to fulfill the last point on the student union movements that I see is that this is kind of a holy grail, the one who will figure out how do we get it over 50%, some sort of medal will be awarded for that individual. So for 30%, outside of 30%, all student unions struggle that. And my analysis is that it is really hard to success to convey the message on what the Repco is deciding on. All the things. Why is it important that I vote? So that's something for you for the next upcoming 2 years. Apply for the CEC if you haven't done so already. Thank you, Kylderirengas first and then going to Skisma.
Kiitos, edustaja Varjonen. Niin ehdotan vaan, että voisiko niinku
as a suggestion that we maybe have like orientation regarding events, we could think of that it would be kind of a build up to the vote.
Hyödyntää niitä siinä, niin kuin, että
to utilize those so that we could actually have like when we have new students, it could be kind of a main thing that now this is where we vote. It could be kind of a self-evident thing that after the orientation week we just start advertising. People will like walk in and then we start, hello, welcome, welcome, and in 1 month you will vote. So something like this, just tossing it out there as an idea.
Kiitos siitä kommentista.
Thank you for that comment. I promised Skisma first and then Kem, because Kem will also have the floor, and maybe back to Kultarengas.
Skisma here. I think it would be pretty cool to get more data about this as well, of like which year students vote more actively. Are there differences in the thank you for Kem as well for all of the work done for the elections. We have a good percentage for the Kem turnout, for example. And I think the elections were very well reflected in the autumn, and the representative council's activities were very well marketed at that time. But I think we've heard that I think this continued visibility of the REPCO work will certainly keep people more interested in and aware of the REPCO's activities. Thank you. Then Kultarengas, and continue with ProArte. From Kultarengas, yes. Thank you for the great presentation. I put one of the development ideas in forms, and I wanted to say it out loud here as well. So I think it would be a very good idea if the election candidate setting and the electoral alliance forming would be two different things, so that it would be possible to first establish the electoral alliances, and then in the electronic setting of candidates, you could have, for example, a drop-down menu of I want to be part of the Kultarengas candidates. I think it would streamline the process quite a lot, especially if there's larger electoral alliances. I can say from my experience that it was quite a lot of work to correctly fill in the names and the details of all of the 90 candidates. So if these two things were separate process stages, that would be very good. Yes, and thank you for the feedback. And we have certainly discussed the same thing with the Central Election Committee as well, that we could have those two separately, because we have had also situations where we have inequalities for the candidates and their affiliation. So this could certainly streamline the process. ProArte, go ahead.
Yes, just two quick
from ProArte, two different things. First, I agree that it would be good to get more data on the students, like what year they're voting from, because obviously in the springtime, it's quite a busy period. So that could be in question. Maybe they could have to do with that, why it's difficult for a student to just get votes. And also it would be good to find out if it's freshmen or other years who are more active. I think it would be also aligned with, it would be good to find out with something to do with how many candidates there are. I think if more emphasis could be put in trying to put more emphasis in being REPCO members and encouraging people more in being candidates rather than just voting. I think that's my thought for now. Yes, we could certainly campaign more actively in terms of people wanting to be part of the REPCO activities. So also increasing the pool of candidates that way. Thank you. And I think we had from Kultarengas. After that, we will go back to Kem.
Joo, edustaja Pelkonen.
Representative Pelkonen from Kultarengas. Just a quick question, as we've been discussing the voter turnout, quite often in the schools under us as well, the intake numbers have been increased from the time when the AYYE and Aalto University was established as a university. Do we have any data on the absolute voting numbers available here, because I was thinking that that could show a very different story than the lower voter turnout percentages. Right now, I don't have that data, but we can pull out that data. Next, Kem, and during Kem's comments, any last requests for the floor, please? Thank you, dear Chair, Kem from Raif Kem. About the voting turnouts, if we think about we have roughly 30%, I would not consider that a bad result. Just at a quick look, I was looking at, for example, the 54% in the last municipal election. We had quite a ways to go there, but the 2024 European Parliament elections, the Finnish voter turnout was a little bit over 24. So I think compared to that, we're doing quite well in terms of voting activity and turnouts. Thank you. Thank you. And Kulteri-Rengas? Representative Kavala here. I was thinking that sometimes the Representative Council makes bigger decisions as well. Have we considered making press releases on the communication side? It feels like the communication side is a little bit weaker for the normal students, and people read the newspapers such as Helsingin Sanomat, but it would be good if we could, for example, make press releases for these larger ones. I think our communications are very active in terms of trying to offer releases and bulletins, but the whether or not they get published is a different thing. But we can certainly discuss this as an option. Great, thank you. And then final comments from Jon as well. Thank you. Maybe we neglected to mention earlier that at the SYL seminar, we discussed the issues related to student unions, and every student union had some project related to the elections ongoing. So this voting turnout and the lower voting turnout is something that is an issue on the national level. So we were talking about what to do about it. And I think AYYE is the only one that didn't have that problem. And the AYYE chair mentioned also that we often they talk about things, very, very different things than student issues right now because of other issues. But again, thank you for all of the feedback and the tips for us. We will certainly use this, especially for in the orientation week, shifting the focus there. And with the next elections, we can certainly take these into account. And I want to say that this is also a shared responsibility to an extent. It's also very difficult to think about that the board or the office or anyone is able to take this by themselves. But remember that you as representative council members should also try to use that power where you can to also raise that awareness. If there are no more questions, I would like to thank everyone. It was a very positive surprise that we had this many questions. This has usually been a fairly dry item on the agenda, so it's great to see this level of interest. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Annika, and thank you, everyone, for your good questions. Great. We'll close discussion on this item and move on to the decisions. So we will decide to take note of the Central Election Committee's report and the feedback. And we will decide to take note of the Central Election Committee's report on the 2025 Representative Council election. We will decide in accordance with the proposal, so decided. Closing discussion on item 8 on the agenda and moving on to item 9. First, I would like to say regarding item 9 on the agenda, AYY's internet service provider, internet speeds in the apartments, that we have had a motion regarding this item, and it came in such a short notice, and after the completion of the agenda, we will not discuss the motion today. It will be discussed in the Representative Council meeting in March. The Representative Council in March will be hearing from the members filing the motion and then move on to a decision regarding the issue at that time. So item 9 will be discussed in a closed meeting due to trade secrets. So I would like to request everyone other than the representative council members with the right to vote to leave from the meeting right now. So only the meeting staff and personnel with the right to
Joo. Hienoa.
Wonderful. So welcome back. Before we move on with the meeting, we have something.
Kiitos. Onko muita poistuneita? Any other people?
Any other people that left?
Kokoustauolla. Kiitos.
During the meeting break.
That's it. All right. Tervetuloa takaisin.
All right. Welcome back. Let's continue with the meeting. It is 15 minutes past 8 p.m. Moving on to item 10, which is choice election of the advocacy committee and the membership status of committees. Point of order? Which the interpreter cannot hear. Answer is still yes. We had a question of can we keep it brief? We will try to keep it brief. Give people the idea that let's try and wrap this up quick enough. Thank you for that question. We are on the item 10. Marcel Berta, who was selected as the advocacy committee chair at the REPCO meeting 2/26, has informed the REPCO's resignation. The REPCO will elect a new chair for the advocacy committee. In addition, the members appointed to committees by the groups are recorded to the extent that the groups have been appointed their representatives. Let's do so that we'll get a new chair for AYYE, after which we'll go through group by group the situation. We've had 2 applications before the meeting. We have Lucas Jordi Lasenius and Rand Cavallo. Before we give the representatives time to speak, we'll have the candidateships open for the last time. Any other candidates? No? So closing that, and then we'll have the candidates. Introductions. Lucas first, since his application was sent first. 2 minutes. There you go.
Hi everyone. Hey allihop.
Speaker in English. Or is it?
My name is Lucas Jordi Lasenius, and I'm a 3rd-year design student in the School of Arts, Design and Architecture. When I started here in Aalto, since the beginning, I've always been very interested in student advocacy. When I found out that I was getting into Aalto in 2022, the first thing I did was look up how different parts of the school were represented in institutions. I have always been very interested in connecting people and making sure that communication is clear between all parties involved. That's where my interest in advocacy began. As a first-year student, I ran for REPCO as leader of the Pro Arte representative group. Since then, I have been a board member of the subject association, both responsible for academic affairs and later as chairperson. I have been a member of many committees, holopeds, and have facilitated meetings between multiple different parties in various contexts, both in educational policy and social policy. As a Finnish student with a Swedish-speaking background, and also simultaneously a student with partly an international background, I take this communication very seriously. I believe that I can be a great facilitator who understands how to create a space that is easy and encouraging for members of AYYE. There's been a lot of emphasis this last year on AYYE being more transparent, especially when it comes to finances. And I want to make sure to do that also when it comes to advocacy. Recognizing every stakeholder, understanding the AYYE office, understanding REPCO and AYYE, and also making sure that communication flows very well through each channel between all of these different parties. I hope that I can make myself useful this year by continuing developing as an advocate here in Otaniemi, and I'll be happy to answer any more questions later. Kiitos.
Kiitos.
Thank you. Next up, Rand doing their presentations, and to which you may ask questions. First off, Rand.
No niin, moikka. Mä oon Rand.
All right, I'm Rand, student of 1.5 years. I came from the open side, but you may decide for yourself. Our biggest thing next year is the parliamentary elections, and I know that I've been doing stuff there, so I have a good eye for local politics. My most important thing this year is that this VAIVA cooperation would happen as good as possible. So here we have noticed that we have only a limited amount of time in the world, keeping things on subject, keeping things on track. As chairperson, I can give speeches, but let's stick to the core. Especially, I want to have a good motivated atmosphere. I want to ensure that everybody comes there and wants to come, that we stay motivated for the next 2 years. I'll also add that I have realism regarding the subject. It wasn't maybe clear in my curriculum vitae, but I have done a lot of advocacy work, and on the biz school side, I have managed to also affect things. I'll be more than happy to help and support, and as a chairperson role, I've done a lot. We've had easy targets, we've had tough targets. My role is to enable the conversation, and we can stay on track. That's my biggest promise, is to stay on track in terms of timetables. Thank you. If both candidates would come up here on stage. The groups now have the opportunity to ask questions from the candidates. 1 question per group.
Vapaasti vasemmalla.
Vapaasti vasemmalla first.
Mainitsit tuon eduskuntavaalit, jotka on tulossa.
You mentioned the parliamentary elections. What kind of advocacy do you see that we should have in the parliamentary elections? Yes, especially we should think about our resources, our monetary resources, and to focus things that are important to us here in Otaniemi, and do the other things with SYL, kind of a local policy, like we have highways are under the Ministry of Road Infrastructure. The REPCO will, of course, decide on what kind of policies do we do, what's realistic, what's possible to actually get through. And I can ask the party that what has been able to be done by seeing with the decision makers and upcoming ministers. Answer in English.
Major reason for me to apply also for VAIVA, as a lot of the work that I've been doing, that I've been interested in, has been about civic engagement. For example, currently I have doing my bachelor thesis specifically about civic empowerment when it comes to vaalikoni and understanding users' needs when it comes to voting for elections. So when in the context here with the Otaniemi and the student union, I think it would be great to think also about framing, trying to bring more events like the panels that we've had in the past with different candidates. And in general, I think we need to think about how we can strategically maybe make an interesting way to connect what's happening here with what is decided in the national level.
Kiitos.
Thank you.
Muilla ryhmillä kysymyksiä esittää?
Do we have any other questions from the other groups? Kylderirengas.
Kassu, ole hyvä.
Palmqvist Kylterirengas. Rantsa mainitsitkin jo,
So you mentioned that you have a good experience about the party field. Would you like to state that where is this experience from? Have you garnered?
Yes, lukiolaisten liitossa tuli siis pyöriltyä tosi paljon ja siellä tuli lähes kaikki nämä Etelä-Suomen kansanedustajat ja tuli siis tehtyä myös ministeritapaamisia ja tuli niinku tavattu siellä ja
I met with ministers and also did lobbying.
Meille tärkeistä teemoista ja ties ne niinku raamit.
I was in high school at that upper secondary school at that time. Got the framework there. I have lots of friends who have been in party politics. We have kind of a political nerd club. We discuss things and exchange news, what's possible. And
can I answer that too? Yeah, I think municipal and just political engagement is also very important, especially when you're trying to understand what people want. I myself have also been quite politically involved. I have a lot of contacts when it comes also to parties and networks. And I also, because of the fact that I've also been politically engaged, I also understand from a pragmatic sense when it's important to be impartial and also think about it from a mediator's perspective. But I also have that experience when it comes from a more like political angle. Specifically when it comes to municipal elections, both in Espoo and Helsinki.
Kiitos. Ja
thank you. Having a last question, looking at the hall.
Ropponen, vihreämpi Aalto.
Ropponen, vihreämpi Aalto.
Laatu on selkeästi kummallakin teistä aika tärkeä asia.
You're big on quality. How would you encourage no, quality, not elections. How would you encourage Otaniemi people to vote? Because we have the Repco next year as well. Of course, we have the parliamentary elections in 23 when we have that 85.8 voting coverage in Otaniemi. Have you maybe a goal for Otaniemi's parliamentary election activity?
Well, obviously, it would be a lie for me to say 100% if I was really being pragmatic, as much as we all would love that. But, you know, thinking back maybe also with the municipal elections we had recently, I remember the long lines that we had for ballots, and there are these things, there's always this threshold that is difficult for some people, that 15% to kind of reach. People will always find it difficult to vote or will understand fully the impact that they can have. But I think it's important to obviously be happy with that number, but try different ways to improve the system. So even the people that feel quite disenfranchised or completely indifferent, also maybe we can reel them in. So I think it doesn't hurt to just keep trying with different kinds of framings, different kinds of presenting these issues. There are people, for example, that are very into maybe student politics or what's happening here in the Tekkari village without really being that interested in what happens in their parliament. So I think it's all about connecting the issues that are here to those things so that people understand how it can affect them.
Mä siis olen vähän pragmaattinen.
Well, I'm a pragmatic in the sense that we should focus our resources. Finnish and Swedish, these are parliamentary elections. Only Finnish nationals are voting. So from a pragmatic standpoint of view, we need to focus our resources to the Finnish and Swedish speaking students on why would this affect their lives in particular, and how can they get these themes closer to themselves. Maybe themes like student meals. They're a bit of a populist move, but actually wake the students. Those are the best ways to mobilize the student mass. Thank you. Thank you for the question. Thank you for the answers. Closing discussions and move to vote. Because this is a personal choice, we'll have a closed ballot vote. So we will then have the vote counters up front. Let's start with that.
Antti, ole hyvä.
Joo, kiitos. Itse asiassa menkää vielä ihan hetkeksi. Ei tarvitse.
So now let's actually sit down somewhere, but take a nice position.
Tekninen yksityiskohta läpi. Ensinnäkin keskustelimme tuossa
technical points.
Kanssa, että ovatko ehdokkaat jäävejä äänestämään itseään. Katsottiin, että tässä
we already discussed with the chairperson that at this stage, when both are candidates, both are REPCO members, we are not breaking any regulations that they don't get to vote unless you disagree strongly. That would be my suggestion here. Seconded. And if it's okay, chairperson will have a very, very quick roll call so that we don't have to redo the vote if our numbers don't match. Roll call.
Määttänen. Kiitos. Sitten Kem, Haravuori, Rae, Savola, Huuskonen. Kiitos. Konergia, Vuorioki, Markkinen, Kortelainen. Kiitos. Kylterirengas, Vierjoki, Lehtisyrjä, Kavalo, Närja, Pelkonen, Paavola. Oliko Paavola se, joka poistui?
Poistuu.
Niin, okei, niin. Paavola poistui ja Ikävalko tuli tilalle. Joo, okei, pahoittelut nyt. Sihteeri ei ollut yhtään messissä.
Understood, Paavola is left, but they have a deputy. Good point, otherwise we would have miscounted later.
Joo, pahoittelut, sihteerin virhe, eli ei Paavolaa.
Apologies, that was a Secretary General's mistake, so no Paavola. Dahlqvist.
Ikävalko olet varmastikin paikalla, joo. Tuomi, Varjonen, Aho. Kiitos, Luova, Eller, Kytömäki. Kiitos, ProArte, Jordi Lassenius. No, olet varmastikin Jordi Lassenius paikalla. Biemans. Kiitos. Blake Farkas. Kiitos. Skisma, Gustafsson, Liinamaa, Jansson. Vapaasti vasemmalla Tuokkola, Berg, Laitamäki. Kiitos. Vihreämpi Aalto, Rinne, Mänttäri, Liljavirta, Ropponen. Kiitos. Kukkula. Kiitos. Voga, Brunkruuna. Aivan, ehti jo poistua. Hyvä, että kirjanpito melkein pitää paikkansa. Mylius. Tak. 1 tähden liike Toijala. Rautiainen. Brax. Hiekkamies oli poistunut. Jäikö jonkun nimi sanomatta?
Has anyone's name not been said? Very good. So we have 39 delegates with the right to vote. So then we will do as follows. If one of the vote counters would come up here to the urn, and the other might take the voting slips, can you check a few of them that they are not pre-filled, and we have point of order that the interpreter cannot hear.
Me ollaan äänestämässä.
We are now voting, so we're past that. And if you will check that the urn is empty.
Näytti, että oli.
Nothing. It looked like there might be. It's almost a prank. So we will do as follows. When I call your name, please come up down the left side, collect the voting slip here, move up here to the middle. Then you will write down your vote, and we have lost the templates here. Write down one name. You can write down their first name, last name, full name, whatever. And then go up here to the voting urn, drop in your vote, and you can go on to a break, and we will continue the meeting once all votes have been counted. Any other questions about the process? The vote counters will be the last to vote. Is everything else clear? Great. I will go out and start reading the names. So once your name is called, come down the left side, collect your slip, fill in the vote, and then drop it in the urn, and then go to a break.
No niin, sama harjoitus uudestaan. Eli Aallon kokoomus, Elo, Saranpää, ei edelleenkään Saranpäätä, Lindfors, Määttänen, Kem, Haravuori, Rae, Savola, Huuskonen, Konergia, Vuorioki, Markkinen, Kortelainen, Kylterirengas, Vierioki, Lehtisyrjä, Kavalo, Närjä, Pelkonen, Palmqvist, Ikävalko, Tuomi, Varjonen, Aho, Luova, Eller, Kytömäki, Pro Arte, Jordi Lassenius, Biemans, Blake Farkas, Skisma, Gustafsson, Liinamaa, Jansson, vapaasti vasemmalla Tuokkola, Berg, Laitamäki, vihreämpi Aalto, Rinne, Mänttäri, Liljavirta, Ropponen, Kukkula, Vuoga, Mylius, yhden tähden liike, Toijala, Rautiainen, Brax.
And now the board can also excuse themselves when the counting starts.
turn the stream back on.
Palataan. Good, please find your seats. Ettikää itsellenne paikkanne ja
Find your seats, and after that we can start moving on to announcing the election results.
Hyvä. All right. Tervetuloa takaisin.
Welcome back. It is 8:50 and we are coming back from the meeting break. We have a documented result. Vote counters, please go ahead and announce it. Yes, the votes have been counted and we received 40 votes, 0 abstaining votes, 0 rejected votes. Rinne, would you like to announce the results? Thank you. I would like to do that. Out of the 40 given votes, point of order.
Joo.
Erittäin hyvä.
Very good clarification. The Secretary General did a recount in his own Excel, and I noticed that for Rautiainen, I had forgotten to place a number 1 there. So after I corrected the Excel correctly, so 40 was the number of people we had in the room. Good, Brigger. Thank you. Out of the 40 given votes, we will have the following results. Randkavalo, 17 votes. Lucas Jordi-Lasenius, 23 votes. Thank you.
Kiitos ääntenlaskijat.
Thank you to the vote counters. You may return to your seats. And I can have the slips back. We have a result, but in addition to that, this item on the agenda also includes a discussion of the member statuses of the committees. So next we will take note of the memberships of the committees. Dear Chair, with your permission, as I will turn on the mic first, with your permission, if your group is now aware of who your members are, I would like to first go through the Finances and Real Estate Committee, and I would like to announce them in the order, for example, on the roll board up here, and traditionally the person serving as chair would be the actual representative of their group. So Aalto Kokoomus, do you have your members for the Finance and Real Estate Committee? The interpreter cannot hear the names from the audience, but they are written onto the table. And if there are any typos here, I will correct them against the member list later, so you don't need to correct them right now. We'll fix it in post. Kem, next.
Kyre.
Kyltirengas.
Närja. Joo. Konergia.
Konergia.
Luova.
Luova.
Kasper. Luova, jep. ProArte.
ProArte.
Oliver. Päkspakka. Joo. Skisma.
Skisma next.
Elias. Hyppönen. Pitkänen. No, melkein osasin. Vapaasti vasemmalla.
Vapaasti vasemmalla next.
Selvä. Vihreämpi Aalto.
Vihreämpi Aalto next.
Joo, sori. Nyt mä ihan taas sekoilen. Oskar. Vooga.
Next Vooga.
Anteeksi, nyt en kuullut.
Can you repeat, please?
Vie mikki vaan.
You can take the microphone out.
Member Thea Mikkelson and vice member Albin Savolainen.
Toi ei varmastikaan ole oikein, mutta...
This is almost certainly incorrect, but we'll correct it later. I will check the names from the member list in post-production, then yhteen tähdenlinja, YTL.
Kiitos. Ja
thank you.
Tyhjien paikkojen osalta.
And for these empty slots, at the previous meeting, we decided that please declare them to the chair as soon as you know who the empty slots will be. The ProArte and Vapaasti vasemmalla, please provide the missing delegates to us as soon as possible. Then advocacy committee, starting with Aallon kokoomus.
Kem. Kylterirengas. Konergia. Lauri. Vuorioki. Korjataan in post-production. Nyt se meni vielä enemmän vielä.
Again, we'll fix the names in post. I typoed it even worse.
Luova. ProArte. Sorry. Skisma. Vapaasti vasemmalla. Kiitos. Vihreämpi Aalto. Lasse. La. Korvat on huonot ihmisellä, vanhalla. Vooga. Yhden tähden liike.
valitteen nyt vasta.
Kiitos. Tämä riittää tässä kohtaa.
Yes, heva he. Hienoa. Esitän,
Those are enough for now. I will propose that the Representative Council has decided to vote Lucas Jordi Lasenius as the new chair of the Advocacy Committee and the members as indicated. Decided in accordance with the proposal. We will close discussion on item 10 on the agenda. Moving on to item 11, appointment of members to scholarship allocation committees. Saikku, please go ahead. There we go. Hello, my name is Matias Saikku. I'm the assistant for the Student Union. We'll go through very quickly the final item on the agenda, which will be the appointment of members to scholarship allocation committees. Hopefully one committee, the Representative Council members. We're just pulling up the slides here. As some of you may know, the Student Union provides scholarships to its members. Right now we have the Community Study and Exchange scholarships. And for all of these, we have a scholarship allocation committee. Our scholarship regulation indicates that there are 3 different committees, but for the last 2 years, we have been working such that there is just one committee because they all basically would do all of the same work. So if we had 3 different committees, we would have triple work for the same result because they all go through the same applications because quite many people apply for more than one scholarship at the same time. The Scholarship Allocation Committee consists of 3 representative council members to be elected today. Then it's myself as the employee, working as the secretary, and 1 representative of the board. As by default, what the members do is that they go through and they check my work, and they are also the primary responsible party for ensuring that the community points that the people can write down in terms of their applications are equal among all applicants. So if someone has written down this many points for the subject associations ahead, but then someone has written down double points for the same thing, then we should ensure that the points are consistent across the different applications. So as a rule, we are looking for 3 representative council members, and to my understanding, some of the groups already had some discussions. So, Chair, shall we simply go through, move on to raising of hands if there are volunteers for the job? Okay, so at this point, do we have volunteers for the Scholarship Allocation Committee?
Hyvin hiljaista.
Very quiet in the room. If the people are not in the room, the group chairs can also freely volunteer them to the jobs. Are you placing yourselves as candidates, or do you have a name? So raise of hands.
Mikrofoni.
We'll take the microphone to you.
Brax, yhden tähden liike.
Brax, YTL. YTL, Aaron Löfgren and Vilma Nikola have indicated they are interested in the Scholarship Allocation Committee. And officially, we may also, yes, we have, I see rock, paper, scissors in the room. That's very official. Okay. So we now have 3 names. I love democracy. What was the name from Kyro? Great, thank you. So Tatu Lehtoseria, Aaron Löfgren, and Vilma Ikola. Thank you for these volunteers. This was faster than I could expect. Thank you, Saikku, and I will confirm one more time that the Representative Council is therefore satisfied with Löfgren, Ikola, and Lehtoseria being the members of the 3 scholarship allocation committees. I believe so. So then I will propose that the Representative Council has decided to appoint members to the allocation committee specified in the scholarship regulation to the exchange, community, and study scholarship allocation committees, or to all three, Löfgren, Ikola, and Lehtisyrjä. I believe we will decide in accordance with the proposal. We have done so. Closing discussion on item 11 on the agenda, moving on to item 12 on the agenda, other arising business. Is there any other arising business? Vapaasti vasemmalla, we will give you the microphone. Go ahead.
Veikko Laitamäki,
representative from Vapaasti vasemmalla, dear chair. I would like to support a motion for the board, which I have delivered to the Secretary General. And at the same time, the motion needs to be seconded as well.
Lukekaa ponsi rauhassa.
You can take your time reading through the motion.
Päästään äänestämään.
And so that we can get to vote on this. Do we have a second for the motion? Point of order. First from the top of the room. The AI translation is completely incorrect. First of all, is not to be considered, has been translated as not to be calculated. Yes, that's entirely possible. I just did it 3 seconds ago, so we have something. I apologize for it.
Let's ask it so we have the English speakers here. Would you like this to be read out loud so the translators can then translate it to you, or is it clear enough? Clear enough. Thanks.
Oliko toinen työjärjestys, Sakke?
Was there a second point of order here? Sakke, go ahead.
Ihan tämmöinen yleisluontoinen.
Just a general note for everyone's favor. Can you explain what a motion is technically? I would have said the same thing. Yes, a motion in our rules is something for the board or the finance committee, and it is always discussed at the other arising business section on the agenda. And if the motion is seconded, it must be voted on, and the board or finance committee must respond in writing to a motion supported in favor of by the representative council by the next meeting within 30 days from the motion being voted on. So a motion is a question to the board or the finance committee, which will be responded to by the board or finance committee in written form at a future representative council meeting. That is correct. And I will clarify that at this point, you cannot make any binding decisions for that will bind the board or finance committee or the office, but that these motions voted on will be responded to. But now, of course, we are at the point of, is there a second for this motion? If someone seconds it, then we will vote on it. If not, then we will not vote on it. It seems to me that the motion is not supported.
Tällä mennään, eli pontta ei
Understood. In that case, the motion is rejected. We will continue with any other arising business. I will continue on my behalf and say that after the representative council meeting at the central office at Mintis, there will be beer and Coke being served in accordance with my election promises. So feel free to spend the after party, join us there for the after party with the other representative council members. Any other arising business? Sorry, Kylterengas. At the central office, at the AYYE office. So there will be beer and Coke. Anything else? I will close discussion on the item. Closing item 12, moving on to item 13, closing of the meeting. It is 21:09 and the meeting is hereby closed. Thank you.